The county website has tons of resources to help you get your ag on. Just search on urban agriculture and you'll find classes, workshops, expert advice, and answers to all your frequently asked questions. It's a one-stop urban ag shop. And don't forget to check out arlingtonartscenter.org to see what they have coming up next. We'll be right back.
So, I'm kind of new here, but I've noticed a trend. My human does this funny thing where she goes around and gets all my toys, and then she hides them in that basket by the door. But it's always the same basket, and it's always in the same place. And then she acts so surprised when I find them, but, she's putting them in the same basket again. It's like, hello, that's where you put it last time. You were the worst at hide and go seek.
For 15 years now, there's been something really cool going on down in Buckingham Village. It's a community that used to be known for its youth gangs, but now it's known for its youth brigade.
Hey, boss.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Good, man.
All right.
How's work? I was born in El Salvador.
Your planning sheet for the workshop? Okay, that's good. I see you got your goals here.
When I moved here, I was 14. For me, it was quite difficult. It was not something that I like at the moment.
I was born and raised in Arlington. I've lived here for 23 years. When I was younger, my mom never let me and my sister go out. My mom would just tell us, no, you're safer in the house than outside or whatnot.
BYB has been around for 15 years. It started because some of the tenants involved in the association, they wanted to have a safe place for their kids to go. The gang presence here in the Buckingham neighborhood was really strong at that point, was the MS-13. And one of the teens, I believe, actually suggested creating a program for the kids that live here in this neighborhood. And that's how the Buckingham Youth Brigade got started.
Even when we went to the mall, when we went to Boston Mall, you couldn't be in a group of more than 7 people because they would immediately target you as gang affiliated and they would have you break up into 2 or 3 groups of people only.
Hanging out with the wrong crowd, I would say that was my major struggle. Used to hang out with people that, at the point I called them friends, but I would end up in a bad place. I know I would end up somewhere, but not somewhere that my parents would like me to see or be, or just a place I would like to be at too.
It becomes a home away from home for a lot of the kids, that it's a safe space for them to come where they can be themselves.
As soon as I walked in, everyone was friendly, so everyone was welcoming. No one was like, oh, what is the new girl doing here?
But I was like, hey, this is a place I like to be. I feel like I can relate to the kids in a good way. I knew where to go on a Wednesday night. I knew where to go on a Tuesday night. And not necessarily a bad place.
One thing that kind of hooked me on to being with BYB, it's the field trips that we would take, whether it was to a museum or even a fun activity. We got to do a lot of different things. We went camping, we've gone to New York. They gave us the opportunity to explore our interests and what we liked and what we didn't like.
They give you a hand that you can hold on to. For me, it was the way that they believe. When a lot of people didn't believe in me when I was in school, they pushed me forward, and maybe that helped me out to stay out of trouble as well.
Someone just put this paper.
Okay. We try to build their leadership skills, their confidence. We try to build their ability to contribute to their community, helping them understand what's important to them, even if it's volunteering for your first time. Well, I never knew that helping someone else could make me feel so good. When they see something happen because they showed up, it motivates them to continue to be involved.
We've done a lot of volunteering, preparing food for homeless, Habitat for Humanity, or the holiday party, but just in general, help the community. That's what we do. You get some sort of pride on it, that you know you did it.
A lot of them are leaders in their families. A lot of them are kind of the connection to an American world. A lot of them come from immigrant families, and so they oftentimes are the ones providing translation services for their family. What we try to help with is building those skills, so once they graduate from high school, they'll know how to go on and be a successful adult leader in their community.
Yeah, the one that I will always remember would be the march that we did for immigration. Me, my sister, and a bunch of other BYB members, we all agreed that this is something that we were going to fight for, because it affected our parents. I would have probably been a part of the march if somebody else had organized it, but to be one of the leaders to organize it, I don't think I would have. That's what changed me with being in BYB and not being in BYB. They taught me the skills on how to take control and stuff that I wanted to do and what I believed in.
When you help teach a teen what's important to them, and you show that they're cared about by their community and who lives in their community, and you teach them that they have the ability to make change in their community by using their voices, it motivates them to want to come back and do the same thing to the people in their future generations. When you invest in them, they end up wanting to come back and invest back in you.
I love that story. When we invest in our youth, we make great neighbors, and that's what a community's all about.
Do you know a volunteer? Do you volunteer? What if I told you that 32% of Arlingtonians volunteer each year? Over 10,000 volunteers donate over 500,000 hours of service to the county government each year. Yes, 500,000 hours. You can accomplish a lot in that time, like provide canine companions to help over 1,000 children improve their reading skills, educate over 2,000 residents about emergency preparedness, mark storm drains on 81 miles of Arlington streets, lead over 13,500 hours of summer camp activities, respond to over 18,000 hours of fire and medical emergencies, deliver and distribute books to over 400 homebound and disabled residents, provide over 700 hours of counseling and service to Arlington entrepreneurs, survey 51 unsheltered homeless adults to identify permanent housing and service needs, maintain 21 art bus stops, teach U.S. history and civics to 126 adults in preparation for the U.S. citizenship exam. In all, the time that volunteers contribute is worth over $10 million each year to county government programs and our community. Now, it's time for you to get involved. Connect with Volunteer Arlington and find an opportunity to make a difference in your community. Any amount of time and talent can help shape the lives of those around you and help make Arlington a better place. Visit arlingtonva.us/volunteer to learn more.
You remember a couple of years ago, we joined Artisphere for an amazing exhibit of photos of Frida Kahlo. Now, I didn't think they were ever going to top Frida for sheer artistic star power. That is, until they brought a little touch of Andy Warhol to town.
What we have on view are Andy Warhol's Silver Clouds, and this is the very first time that the Silver Clouds are being presented in the region, and we're really delighted to be able to present them here at Artisphere. I saw them for the very first time in New York over 10 years ago at the Queens Museum of Art, and I remember having gone through the museum and then going into this room that had all these things floating that you weren't really sure what to do. and there was a guard in the room, and people started touching, and you felt like you've just spent the afternoon observing all these rules, and then you went into this room and all the rules were broken, and people were just having a wonderful time and experiencing art really differently. And for me, that I'm really delighted to be able to bring that opportunity to people here in Arlington. Because of the nature of the installation, you actually are able to participate in the installation, so you're part of the artwork, and you get to experience Andy Warhol in a totally different way than you would have if you would have seen one of the other retrospectives. So a different way to experience art and a different way to experience Andy Warhol. The basis for this creation is really based on a conversation that Andy Warhol had with an engineer from Bell Labs named Billy Kluver. And so Andy Warhol approached him and asked him if he would create a floating light bulb for him. And so they came back with this material called Scotch Pack, which is what looks like Mylar, and said, you know, we couldn't do the light bulb, but we invented this material. Can you do something with this? And they started playing with it, and then Andy Warhol said, let's make some clouds. Very cutting edge for the 60s, and it's really fundamental to what we do here at Artisphere as well, is presenting artists who are using new technologies in their work as well.
I think that Andy Warhol, this exhibit in particular coming to Arlington, sort of marks a milestone. Given Andy Warhol's significance in contemporary art, I mean, he's one of the most transformative figures in modern art, and the fact that this exhibit is coming, to our region, which is a coup in and of itself, but the fact that it's coming to Arlington, I think is really, really significant. Artisphere is, a relative newcomer, but I think they've made some real strides in establishing Arlington as a cultural center. The Frida Kahlo exhibit last year was a major milestone. I think the Silver Clouds exhibit this year is a major milestone. And I think that when people arrive here, they're going to be blown away by what they see.
It's very accessible for all ages. It's not, you don't have to have a certain art knowledge to experience this or be a certain age to appreciate this. And I think, when you experience art in a different way, it has a long-term and lasting impression than if you're just seeing something visual on a wall. We also have a family day that, again, we'll have a range of activities for children when we're considering the children's knowledge of art and also the way they experience art. So that day will be a really fun and interesting day for them as well. That's the whole thing. I mean, when I saw this for the first time, everybody in the room was smiling, and that's sort of one of the features that I love about this installation, that it does get people to smile.
I don't know how they're going to top Warhol, but there's always a ton of cool stuff going on at Artisphere. Movies, concerts, dances, you name it. So make sure you bookmark artisphere.com and check it every week, or you might miss something amazing. Don't go away.
You'll be able to travel from Skyline in Fairfax all the way to Crystal City without transferring. The 7.5-mile streetcar line will connect you to job centers, residential neighborhoods, shopping and entertainment destinations, and of course, to Metro Rail and VRE commuter rail.
Starting this summer, you won't need to feed the meter when parking in Arlington. Now, you can pay by cell thanks to the Park Mobile app and park at any metered space throughout the county. It's easy to get started. Download the app from the Apple or Android store. Then, sign up for your free account. You'll need your license plate number and a credit card. Launch the app when you park at a meter. Key in the zone number listed on the Park Mobile sign, or use the GPS functionality. Select the amount of time you want to park and hit start. That's it. The app allows you to get text messages showing you when your time is about to expire, And you can add more time within the posted duration from anywhere. There's even a Find Your Car function in case you forgot where you parked. Arlington's Park Mobile app is the same as DC, so if you use it in the district, you're covered. Park Mobile's Pay-by-Cell app is available for iPhone, Android, and BlackBerry smartphones. For more information about Pay-by-Cell and where it's available, visit arlingtonva.us and search Park Mobile.
Over at the Arlington Public Library, our friend Judy Knudsen likes to say, "You never know who you may be passing on our streets." Judy leads a team of archivists at the library's Center for Local History, formerly known as the Virginia Room. They scour Arlington County, looking for materials and people to help tell Arlington's story. And here's just one of those amazing stories that you may have even passed on the street.
Yeah, we had the American Nazi Party showing up. You see the mob we had, and you see the swastika there.
This is an interesting area. Arlington, particularly, a lot of activism.
There I am in my classic pose.
We are a place that collects local history. So I'm sure there are many, many stories that are out there that we would like to capture for sure. Probably 100 that you've passed on the street.
My documents are a record of where we've been and where we don't want to go.
Hi. Welcome to the Center for Local History.
Thank you.
You want to come over here and show me what you've brought us?
Some.
You can't tell by looking at somebody what their story is. I mean, people have amazing stories, and certainly she's one that does. Well, we specialize in fragile, so.
I grew up here in Arlington. Everything was completely segregated. We had to memorize Bible verses in Sunday school. And so many of those verses had to do about how to treat each other. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, for such is the kingdom of God. You know, love thy neighbor as thyself. Beautiful verses, but we weren't doing it. I just thought it was wrong. We weren't treating others like we'd like to be treated. Then I ended up at Duke University. My mother wanted me at a segregated school with some prestige. Our Presbyterian chaplain said that there would be a meeting. At our meeting next week, there would be some of the students who were conducting the sit-ins come over from North Carolina College, and then these quite impressive young folks from NCC spoke to us and invited us to join them. So a handful of us did.
Joan was arrested twice for the sit-ins. When pressure came from Duke University for her to stop the activism, Joan dropped out. The students from North Carolina College asked her to make contact with students from Howard University in D.C.
So here's this white girl going up to Howard. I had to find out where Howard was first. And it turns out they were planning to have sit-ins in Arlington. This is like one of the scrapbooks about the sit-ins, but you can see how it's sort of falling apart.
Right, it is, right.
But this is lots of
That's wonderful, though, that you kept all that.
When the Nazis showed up in Cherrydale, things were a bit tense. But because the county had said it wasn't going to prosecute the store managers or anybody, got served.
Joan's activism led to her involvement with the Freedom Rides that challenged segregation on interstate buses and bus terminals. After the first Freedom Ride ended with the bus being firebombed, Joan joined others to continue the rides.
And we were arrested as we came in on breach of peace. And what it meant was the Freedom Riders upset the minds and mental tranquility of other people. So the Freedom Riders were guilty of breaching the peace of mind of people that felt like beating them up.
Arrested for a third time, Joan was in prison for over 2 months. Getting out just before school started, she became the first white woman to enroll at Tougaloo College in Mississippi, where she took part in the now infamous 1963 Woolworth sit-ins in Jackson.
It was pretty unruly. Memphis Norman, the one guy who was sitting in, had been pulled to the floor and was being stomped by an ex-policeman. John Salter really got it. Brass knuckles, pepper mixed in water and thrown in his eyes, cigarettes burned in his neck, you can still see the scars. But we all got stuff dumped on us, all the condiments. We just sort of figured we were going to get killed. What I found happened to me was, as it got worse, it was like an out-of-body experience and became like a guardian angel up above, and this was just a shell sitting at the counter. But the important part of me was already up there, sort of keeping an eye on the crowd and keeping me safer.
That was a time of such turmoil in the country, and to have somebody who was personally there, I mean, there's nothing like seeing that first-person description of something with somebody who was actually there. Getting the scrapbook and that together with the oral history that we have, I mean, they dovetail so nicely as well.
We knew nonviolence would work. We had faith in it. We might be dead first, but in the end it would work.
Oral history is one of the ways that you can find out things you're not going to find out any other way. Because most people don't write their memoirs, but you can talk to anybody, you know, and usually they have a story to tell. Most people have a story. So there are things in the oral histories you're not going to find anyplace else.
You know?
We proactively go out and collect the material from the organizations and the citizens of Arlington. We're not just a repository. We try to find people who have material that will help tell the story of the community. We are digitizing collections that we already have. We're digitizing photos and putting those up. We have done postcards. It's not just scanning it. The scanning is great, but that's the first step. It's then we have to add the metadata and so forth and so on to make it useful to people. We just want to tell the story of this community. That is really what we are here to do. That's our mission. I mean, there are many, many stories out there for sure.
Oh, isn't that interesting? That's
You take all the old photos and put them together, and it's like a patchwork quilt. But it's a patchwork of Arlington history. And you put it all together and you've got a whole.
What an amazing story. And if you want to see more of our interview with Joan Mulholland, visit arlingtonva.tv. You can also listen to her oral history at Arlington Central Library or download the transcript from the website. And if you have old Arlington County photos or other historic materials, please contact the Center for Local History. Judy and her staff would love to take a look at them. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Remember to join us right back here in the ATV studios for the next episode of Here Now.
Looking for ways to save on your electricity bill? So is Arlington County. That's why we rolled out the LED streetlight program in 2010. The results have been outstanding, with a nearly 75% reduction in energy use for the lights already replaced, saving approximately $300,000. Eventually, the program will save the county over $1 million per year. The new, state-of-the-art LED lights provide a safe environment for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists alike during evening, nighttime, and early morning hours. Because they don't contain mercury, lead, or harmful UV and IR light found in the older bulbs, they're good for the environment and safe for you. The lights shine a pure white light that is closer to natural sunlight and may initially appear overly bright or harsh, but this is normal. In fact, they're actually less bright than the older bulbs, so it's just new and different. One other benefit of these lights is their dimming capability, allowing the county to dim each light individually as the activity levels decrease on streets. The lights come on at only 75% of their maximum power, and as the night progresses, they eventually power down to 25%, while most of us are indoors and asleep. We appreciate your patience as we help light the way to safer streets, a healthier environment, and a better bottom line. To find out more about the streetlights in your community, visit our webpage at arlingtonva.us and search Streetlight.
Arlington Central Library, the hub of the Arlington Public Library system, does a lot more than lend books. It's a vibrant community resource that fosters lifelong learning through its programs, events, and services for all ages and interests. For young children, there's Family Storytime, Book Bubble, a video storytelling program, and after-school clubs. Writing workshops with young adult authors, social events, and practical help with planning your future are just some of the programs available for older kids and teens. Lit Up is Arlington's hippest literary social group, where young professionals meet up over coffee or happy hour to discuss the latest bestseller. There are many other programs that promote the pleasure of reading and provide welcoming facilities for learning and shared dialogue, such as computer tech classes, resume writing help, Arlington Reads author events, and the online research portal. You can get a free library card if you live, work, or attend school in Arlington. You are also eligible if you live in one of the participating reciprocal jurisdictions. Learn more about how Arlington Public Library is evolving to meet the needs of a growing Arlington community.
There's so much activity going on in the Central Library that we can offer pockets of quiet for people who need to study. We have a quiet study room where we promise no noise. But in other areas of the library, there's a lot happening, and so it's no longer just a quiet place to study.
It's easy to go car-free to the Arlington Central Library. Central Library, located on North Quincy Street, is only a short walk from either the Virginia Square or Ballston Metro stations on the Orange and Silver lines. Numerous Metro bus routes make stops at Virginia Square Metro Station. Art 41, operating from Columbia Pike to Courthouse, and Art 42, Ballston to Pentagon, have stops at the Ballston Metro Station. Monday through Friday, Art 52, 53, and 62 stop directly in front of the library on North Quincy Street, and Art 75 stops at North Quincy Street and North Fairfax Drive. If you're bicycling to Central Library, go to bikearlington.com, click on Maps and Rides, and plan your trip. There are 50 miles of off-street trails that make getting there by bike incredibly easy. The Custis and W&OD trails, part of the Arlington Loop, provide easy access to the library. And Capital Bike Share is another option, with a convenient station right in front, and another only a block away. For a complete list of real-time transit options, go to carfreediet.com, click on Partners, and search for Arlington Central Library.
Do you know a volunteer? Do you volunteer? What if I told you that 32% of Arlingtonians volunteer each year? Over 10,000 volunteers donate over 500,000 hours of service to the county government each year. Yes, 500,000 hours. You can accomplish a lot in that time, like provide canine companions to help over 1,000 children improve their reading skills, educate over 2,000 residents about emergency preparedness, mark storm drains on 81 miles of Arlington streets, lead over 13,500 hours of summer camp activities, respond to over 18,000 hours of fire and medical emergencies, deliver and distribute books to over 400 homebound and disabled residents, provide over 700 hours of counseling and service to Arlington entrepreneurs, survey 51 unsheltered homeless adults to identify permanent housing and service needs, maintain 21 art bus stops, teach U.S. history and civics to 126 adults in preparation for the U.S. citizenship exam. In all, the time that volunteers contribute is worth over $10 million each year to county government programs and our community. Now, it's time for you to get involved. Connect with Volunteer Arlington and find an opportunity to make a difference in your community. Any amount of time and talent can help shape the lives of those around you and help make Arlington a better place. Visit arlingtonva.us/volunteer to learn more.
The Metro cost a lot, but produced a significant return on investment. We estimate that the streetcar, over 30 years, will generate more than $1 billion in new tax revenues. That means more money for schools, infrastructure, affordable housing, and other services.
Starting this summer, you won't need to feed the meter when parking in Arlington. Now, you can pay by cell thanks to the Park Mobile app and park at any metered space throughout the county. It's easy to get started. Download the app from the Apple or Android store. Then, sign up for your free account. You'll need your license plate number and a credit card. Launch the app when you park at a meter. Key in the zone number listed on the Park Mobile sign, or use the GPS functionality. Select the amount of time you want to park and hit start. That's it. The app allows you to get text messages showing you when your time is about to expire, and you can add more time within the posted duration from anywhere. There's even a Find Your Car function in case you forgot where you parked. Arlington's Park Mobile app is the same as DC, so if you use it in the district, you're covered. Park Mobile's Pay by Cell app is available for iPhone, Android, and BlackBerry smartphones. For more information about Pay by Cell and where it's available, visit arlingtonva.us and search Park Mobile.
You'll be able to travel from Skyline in Fairfax all the way to Crystal City without transferring. The 7.5-mile streetcar line will connect you to job centers, residential neighborhoods, shopping and entertainment destinations, and of course, to Metro Rail and VRE commuter rail.
Arlington has safe and beautiful trails for biking, running, and walking. As the days get longer, people of all ages spend more time outside, and this includes criminals too. Here are some safety tips if you are using the trails in our area. Wear light, reflective clothing. Try to go out with a friend. Try to use populated areas during the daylight hours. Make sure you bring a cell phone. Familiarize yourself with your trails and avoid areas you don't know. If you listen to music, make sure you leave one ear open. Tell someone where you will be going before you leave. And remember, never hesitate to call the police if you think you spot suspicious activity. Call 911 for emergencies, and for non-emergencies, call 703-558-2222. For more safety tips, go to arlingtonva.us/police.
My Scoop, Art has the friendliest drivers around. Hi, how are you today?
Good, how you doing?
Welcome to The Scoop, car-free in Arlington County, where we'll show you just how easy it is to be car-free in Arlington. Here's your host, Jimmy Merritt.
Hey Arlington, here's The Scoop. Today, we learn how to ride Art. And after seeing how friendly the Art drivers are, who wouldn't want to ride? Now the real joy of Art is in the ride itself. It's easy. We've asked Art fanatic Alex to show us how, step by step. Go Alex, go Alex, go Alex. Step 1. When the bus approaches the bus stop, gather your things and get your Smart Trip card out. When it comes to a complete stop, let the riders get off before you board. Okay, now go. Step 2. Locate the fare box next to the driver and touch your Smart Trip card to the Smart Trip decal on the front of the fare box. You've paid. Step 3, find a seat. Or, if no seats are available, grab a handrail and stand. Now relax and enjoy the ride. Step 4, when the bus is approaching your destination, press the yellow strip located near the window to signal that you'd like to get off at the next stop. Wait until the bus has come to a complete stop to get up and check to make sure you've taken everything with you. Step 5. Once the doors open, step off the bus and you've done it. You've mastered the art of riding Art. That, my friends, is how you ride an Art bus. An efficient, affordable, and downright easy car-free way to get around Arlington. So go ahead, plan your route, grab your Smart Trip card, and get on the bus. You've just been scooped, Arlington.
There's a lot of construction on today's edition of Up Close as we take a look at new county facilities on Columbia Pike.
When you just drive down Columbia Pike or you're coming by here, this is an iconic building that has Arlington Mill Community Center on it. It's just such a beacon for the community.
And in Clarendon.
What we were involved in was trying to make sure that the various viewpoints were represented in the park.
Major renovation at Wakefield High School.
In the next 3 weeks, this building is going to come alive. We're going to add 2,000 students to it.
And plans for Roslyn's future development.
The history of Arlington's development is Crystal City and Roslyn began first.
After years of development and community input, the new Arlington Mill Community Center has opened its doors on Columbia Pike. This building, a beacon in the community, will provide something for everyone, of every age and of every culture. As Columbia Pike continues to grow, this community center will help to foster a Main Street environment and a stronger sense of community.
This is one of the most exciting events happening in South Arlington, and really for our community. It's been long in the makings. It is the point of focus for our diverse community in Arlington. We sometimes refer to that area as the world in a zip code because we have people from all walks of life. The Arlington Mill Community Center will be the glue that will hold together a neighborhood that's been in a little bit of transition, but that desperately wants to hold on to the roots that have been established here, and that we as a government have the obligation to facilitate.
Arlington Mill Community Center is a multi-generational facility right in the heart of Columbia Pike that's going to offer programs for everybody of all ages. We're going to have senior center here, we're going to have teens coming and hanging out here after school, and we're going to have just a wide variety of other programs such as Head Start for the little ones. And in general, it's going to just be an open center from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. for the community here, and we think for all of Arlington. Before this was renovated, it was a previous grocery store, Safeway, that had been converted into an 8,000 square foot community center. But where we are today is nothing like the old grocery store. This has just going to be able to serve so many more people every day of the week.
Well, as we continue the revitalization of the Columbia Pike area, which has been decades in the makings, and there are many components. We know the modern streetcar line system will be a major part of it, but also we have to have redevelopment of some of our facilities for public use, and one of those is the community center.
For me, when you just drive down Columbia Pike or you're coming by here, this is an iconic building that has Arlington Mill Community Center on it. It's just such a beacon for the community. It's going to be lit up. It's got this gorgeous plaza so that even if you don't come into the center, you're going to have a place where you can meet, a place where you can just walk over and see your neighbors, a place where you can work out, take a class, or just sit and have a cup of coffee, because we're even going to have a great retail space attached to it, have a bakery. So what it really means for us is a way to take all this wonderful energy that's happening along Columbia Pike and pull it all to one building that could hopefully be a heart of the community.
What I'm most excited about is how we have been able to put all of our Arlington values together. And that means that not only are we serving a ethnically, racially, economically diverse population, and everyone in Arlington can come and use this, and we welcome that, but also we're putting into place our values for energy efficiency, the use in the public land for public good, which means adjacent to it as well, there is an apartment complex of affordable housing, 122 units, that would assist in our addressing our crisis of the shortage of affordable housing. So I'm excited that our values for energy efficiency, smart growth planning, have been put into work here.
Well, sustainable design is an integral part of any project we undertake for the county. The building is designed to meet the criteria for a LEED Silver certificate. Arlington Mill, particularly with its large-sized gym, its full kitchen and the like, had the capability to become an emergency center should we have a long-term power outage or some disaster in Arlington that required offering housing for the general public.
The project was not without its challenges. When the economy began to suffer, it looked as if funding may not be available for the revamped community center.
Well, this did not happen overnight. In fact, it has been, you could say, decades in the makings, and it has been delayed for the longest time. And it came very close of not moving forward also as the economy tanked back in the mid 2006, 2007 or something like that, 2008. There were possibilities that we might not be able to build it because there may not be the financing or we might not be able to put the funds together that were needed.
The authorized budget that we had to work with was $36 million. We're in under budget just a bit over $35 million. It was funded by a variety of bonds in, I believe, 2006. A parks bond for rebuilding Arlington Mill Community Center for $26 million was approved in referendum. We also supplemented that with $2 million in infrastructure bonds that were residual after we completed the Westover Library. The board passed an IDA, Industrial Development Authority bond of $5 million, I believe in 2010. And then we received $3 million in closeout funds split between 2009 and 2010 closeout. All that brought us to the $36 million value.
Well, this whole building the Arlington Mill, there was an extensive community process. This wasn't just the county building this space, but we worked with the community to find out what they wanted. And one of the things they really wanted was to have some sort of cafe or restaurant attached to the building so they can create that living room kind of feeling, that you could come here and work out, you can come here for a meeting, you can also get a cup of coffee as well. And that's unique to our community centers. We haven't built that before.
I think that part of what helped here was the community determination. A diverse, very ethnically rich community deserves to have the same type of community center that everyone else we have in the county, with the same policies and the same type of services. And as we enhance them, why not also increase our level of service?
People are going to be able to get here by bike, by car, by foot, by scooter, by bus. We're going to be installing a bike share docking station here, so you can come from one end of the county, drop off a bike and pick it up to take yourself home. So this has a real sort of urban feel that there's just multiple ways that you can get here.
And while the community center may appear complete on the outside, the county made sure to build a facility so that it has room to grow.
On the third floor, we've reserved for future use. That floor is empty right now, and after we've run the center for a year or so, have a better feel for where the community interests and demands will be, we'll take a look at what programs go on that.
We're really excited to get the center open and get it filled and get it moving with people. We are going to wait at least a year to kind of see what people want, and then we're going to take another look at the spaces and evaluate what could be added.
It's a work in progress, but we've come a long way, and it's more than about time here. Everybody's excited about the community center. I know our youngsters particularly are, and I join in their enthusiasm and looking forward to enjoying this community center for generations to come.
To learn more about Arlington Mill Community Center, hours of operation, and all of the programs offered, visit the county webpage at arlingtonva.us and search Arlington Mill. Now, Arlington Mill hasn't been the only construction site in South Arlington this summer. For our next story, we head to Wakefield High School, the latest county school to get a major renovation.
Hi, I'm Pat Murphy, Superintendent of Arlington Public Schools, and we're here at the new Wakefield High School. And we're going to take a quick tour of the building. In the next 3 weeks, this building is going to come alive. We're going to add 2,000 students to it, and we want to show the community the progress we're going to make over that time period, and also the investment that we've made here that's going to make a difference in our community.
Well, we're standing right now in the main entrance area of the building, so on my right is the main entrance to the building that leads into the town hall and actually leads out to the other side of the building on George Mason. And then on the other side over there is the entrance to the swimming pool and the gymnasium, so they can be used either or together. And between them is the rain garden, which is part of our best management practices for stormwater quality control and management. So a great deal of the water from the roof of the building, you can see in these open channels, in a rain event, will end up in here.
Instructionally, to be able to see that, well, they learn about it, read about it in their classes, to be able to come out, see this firsthand. Also connected with it is what kind of plants grow in there, why do they grow there, why were those plants chosen, are there other plants that could go in there, what does this mean in terms of the environment,
in the grounds of the rest of the building. This is the library, and what we want to focus on is students being able to interact and engage with each other and with staff members in a setting outside the traditional class. We're here in one of the new biology labs in the science wing of the building. This is a really creative space for us to use for instruction.
It's equipped a lot like many of the other classrooms here. I see you have a smart board, you've got a number of whiteboards, there's great light coming in from outside, so all those design features were evidently part of the whole design process.
Much so. Natural light was very much of it. There are sensors that will turn the lights off on the edge of the building. And we're learning, actually, many of the classrooms will be able to turn the lights off during the day, which is great. This is a typical heat pump closet, which is served or will be served by the geothermal wells. The idea of this is they're outside the classroom so that they can be serviced and maintained without going into the classroom.
What do we see as a potential cost savings?
The energy model for the building shows a saving of about 47% over the baseline.
Right.
So this building, when it opens, is likely to be the most energy efficient building in Arlington County.
Are students going to have an opportunity to have demonstration sites?
Yes, there's going to be a dashboard in the main lobby that shows how the building's performing in relation to the weather and the climate.
Yeah.
And we also have, right above here, we have a whole array of solar collectors that will be contributing to the power of the building.
So continuing on with the theme of alternative energy, we're here on the roof of the building. But John, what are we exactly looking at here?
We're looking at solar hot water tubes that will heat the domestic hot water for the building.
What's really outstanding about this is while this is a lot of the modern technology, current cutting edge today.
It is cutting edge, but these are all proven. We're not doing anything here that hasn't been proven to be successful anywhere else.
How do students interact with these things?
The science classes that are focusing on environmental science and environmental protection, that this is like a hands-on living experiment with solar and renewable power, that they can take advantage of this, learn about it.
And this is really a reflection not only of our school system and the teachers, but I think it's a big reflection of our community in recognizing the fact that we've got to look for these alternative energies.
So we're walking along the main route that connects the entrance from George Mason Drive to the entrance off the bus drop-off and the parking lot. It's one straight run all the way through with a town hall in the middle that makes the absolute center of the school, which was a very important part of the whole building level planning committee process, community input. They wanted to have a heart of the school where everybody could gather. And it's also been designed in such a way that we can close this area off with restrooms, entrances, so that, again, this can be used by the community when it's not being used by the school. The really fantastic thing about this gym is that you look down on it from the main floor of the building, and when the bleachers are pulled out, you can enter the bleachers from the top, and the team can come in from the bottom.
Spectators will be able to come in and get to their bleachers and the seats without having to walk on the floor. That protects the players, it protects the cheerleaders, and it protects the visitors, so it gives us a little bit more space.
And this space is designed to contain the whole school community, parents as well. So this is really the main assembly space of the school. There are all these windows all the way around on three sides from the second floor from a corridor space, so they can look in from up here without even being seated. And you're about to walk into the auxiliary gym, which is over here. The architects designed this very carefully. If you look, the walls are completely flat all the way around with no columns, no projections, to make it as safe as possible. The one thing the kids will remember about this school is the curved corridors. Because usually when you look down a corridor, you can see who's coming here. You can't see who's coming till they pop around the bend. We're looking down here at the main competition pool, and over on the right there is the training pool with the diving area at the end of it. The spectator area, if you notice, there are no columns interfering with the view of the swimming pool. So every seat has a perfect view of all the operations in the pool. We are now standing on the loggia, part of the balcony in the theater. We have about 650 seats in here, so it will be able to be used not just by the school, but also by members of the community as a big community asset in this part of town. Now we're in the food service area and the cafeteria. There are 4 lines so that kids can move through quickly, and in this school students will be encouraged to or be allowed to eat in multiple spaces, not just in the cafeteria itself.
We want to be able to facilitate student interaction and student engagement with each other and be able to have conversations and to talk and to socialize in a more comfortable and relaxed setting. So we've actually ordered round tables with chairs that seat from 8 to 10 that will also allow us to use the space outside of lunch periods for classes and groups to come together. Teachers will be in here after school working. We'll be doing faculty meetings in this space.
This concludes our tour. We're right here in the front of the building. What can we look forward to, Chris? What's going to happen here over the next 3 weeks?
Well, we hope to begin moving in later this week to early next week. We will be welcoming teachers back starting on the 19th. And then starting the week of the 26th, we actually have planned student orientations for all students to be able to come back and do a brief presentation in the auditorium and then some self-guided tours. They should have their calendar by then. We've given them we're going to be mailing them a little guide sheet to help them plan their day so that everybody kind of has some idea what to do on the first day of school when we hope to welcome you back. You see about 1,500 students and 200 faculty members taking advantage of this space.
That piece was produced by our good friends and colleagues at Arlington Public Schools. And to see more of their great work and to keep up with everything going on during the school year, make sure you visit the school website at apsva.us. Now, so far, we've seen the completion of some major construction projects, but it takes a lot of planning to get to that point. In our next story, we head down to Roslyn, which is just starting to plan its own extreme makeover.
Well, this is an exciting time for Roslyn, Arlington County. We're seeing significant investment occurring in our county, particularly in our Roslyn Commercial Center. And as we realize that important growth for Roslyn, it provides us with an opportunity to develop an updated plan that will focus on how that private and public investment can be best coordinated and how we can ensure that Roslyn continues to be one of the great urban places in the Washington metro area.
That opportunity has sparked Realize Roslyn, an intense community planning process aimed at realizing the transformation of Roslyn from a 1960s auto-centric plan into a vibrant and distinctive urban place featuring great housing, retail, and office space.
The history of Arlington's development is Crystal City and Roslyn began first. And Roslyn was built with the skywalks, connecting buildings above ground, and Crystal City connecting people below ground, in the underground. And we have since, for decades now, recognized that the best way to develop an urban place is on ground level. Bring people to the street, activate your public spaces, and bringing the street to life.
So right now we're really missing a sense of place. The Roslyn has got a lot of challenges with lack of friendly sidewalks, lack of retail. It has a lot of topography. It had a whole sort of 60s dream of urban utopia with cars whizzing around on freeways above the streets. And so we have a lot of planning challenges that we need to correct for people to walk and enjoy and go to restaurants and circulate through this place.
One important part of the Realize Roslyn process is seeking to identify the area's untapped resources.
What we don't have and what we need to work on are things like accessing the river. We've got the National Park Service and Teddy Roosevelt Island and the Potomac River really within steps, but very hard to access. We have a wonderful bike trail, but not always the easiest to access.
I think one of the top aspirations that we've seen emerging to date through the planning process is to make Roslyn a place to go to and not through. Today there's a lot of traffic that is either trying to get to the Key Bridge or trying to get to other portions of the district that are passing through Roslyn. How do we create sort of a public place in Roslyn for people to want to go to enjoy, to shop, and recreate? There are some public open spaces in the area, whether it's Gateway Park or Freedom Park, and they are there today as an asset, but they could be so much greater, whether through reprogramming, redesigning, or partial reconstruction. So I think that is a huge opportunity to provide the types of places that Roslyn needs for people to be able to gather and just enjoy being in Roslyn.
The results of this effort will provide a refined community vision to help Roslyn reach its full potential while ensuring that voices across Arlington are part of the conversation. Recently, 50 lucky Arlingtonians went on a walking tour to get a sneak peek of some rare views of the National Capital Region, which all of us may someday enjoy.
A lot of the neighbors came, went to the tops of a few of the buildings, including the new Monday Properties building that is within a few months of being completed. And once you get to the top of that building, you recognize one of the amazing assets of Roslyn, and those are the views. When you see beautiful pictures of downtown DC, they are almost always from our side of the river.
Those views are to be preserved and highlighted by a spectacular new publicly accessible observation deck that will provide the most breathtaking views in the DC region and should provide Roslyn with a hot new place to be.
We are a gateway in many ways to the metropolitan area and the District of Columbia. So we have to consider how that skyline shapes the view and the identity, really, of Roslyn, but most importantly, how it contributes in terms of the scale and mass of future development to a great urban scaled environment for the pedestrian at street level.
This is the notion of staggered heights.
Roslyn's future looks bright, but realizing that future won't happen overnight, and it won't come without planning challenges.
One of the key challenges is stitching together sort of change on a site-by-site or block-by-block basis. It's not a clean slate. There are existing buildings that have been built over the past 2 to 3 decades, and how do you insert and infill new development in buildings that are more modern and that fit today's vision of what we want to see for Roslyn, and how does that integrate with the rest of the existing fabric?
There's plenty to do, but lots of potential. Probably in the next 5 or 10 years, you will see a very different Roslyn and feel a very different Roslyn than you do today.
The county has a great new website documenting the entire Realize Roslyn process. So to find out more, go to sites.arlingtonva.us/Roslyn sector. And in our final story today, community-led consensus is the phrase that best describes the process of renovating James Hunter Park in Clarendon. The community had to decide what kind of park they wanted. Who should benefit? Should it be for dogs or should it be for people? The process was thorough, and the result, as you will find, is pretty unique.
In 2006, there was a Clarendon sector plan was passed, and that specifically designated this space to become a park.
So now, the community could plan to renovate the park, which had been used exclusively as a community canine area.
It was basically, a dusty lot. It was like, we were calling it the OK Corral.
Former president of the Hartford Condo Association, Larry Shaw, got together with residents from Lion Village, the Clarendon Dogs Association, and the Arlington County planners to decide how the James Hunter Park would take shape. Consensus between the various stakeholders took time.
It was months and months. I mean, I think the dog park process is probably 6 years in the making.
There seemed to be a desire, working with a lot of different stakeholders, to find out creative solutions to continue to have the dog park, but also open up this really great open space for other uses as well.
What we were involved in was trying to make sure that the various viewpoints were represented in the park. People who had dogs, people who didn't have dogs, people who wanted just a place to sit out.
County planners were very aware of the population that the park would serve, and it wasn't just the residents.
There are 8,000 people who live in that area, and another, I think, 15,000 who come in every day to work. So already there's just tons of people who just walk here from the neighborhood, but because it's also in the corridor, it can attract just not people who can get there from their neighborhood, but can come from all over the county.
The county did a great job of trying to listen to everybody's point of view, manage everybody's point of view, speak to everybody's point of view, but in the end, there's only so much park.
Well, when the community went through this planning process, and there was a lot, really in-depth community process in it, there was a decision that 50% of the park would be for the dog park and the dog owners, because it's not really a park just for dogs, but it's for the people who own those dogs as well. And then also the 50% would be for access for everybody else. The idea of having a lawn to play on, and then I think an idea of having really progressive and interesting environmental components of the park was of interest to the community.
What is crucial is our distance here. 5 foot? Yeah, and our distance.
Tasked with a design brief that would fulfill the community's needs and maintain Arlington County's green standards, landscape designer Aaron Wohler incorporated a host of sustainable features.
At the heart of the park is what we call an EPIC, EPIC, or Environmental Passive Integrated Chamber System. And we're collecting all the rainwater from the site. Virtually every surface within the park is permeable, and the water goes into the chambers. The water is distributed out throughout the park, and the plants are allowed to take up as much or as little water as they want, which is really unique from a horticultural standpoint, because we're able to pretty much plant a wide variety of plants and not necessarily have to pay attention to their water needs, because the plants are allowed to take up as much or as little water as they need. These solar voltaic panels will be offsetting our use for the park, and we're going to get credits for what we use. These panels are bifocal, which means that not only will they collect energy from the sun coming from the top, but whatever filters through and reflects back up underneath will also be collected, so they're super efficient. And as you can see in the background, we have light poles. These are unique light poles in that they are completely off-grid, and these actually have the panels wrapped around the pole. Even when they finally came up with a design, it changed because we got to comment again and still continue to hone the design to what it is now. Throughout the design phase, we found out from community that they wanted more and more lawn space, and it ended up growing and growing until we essentially just expanded the lawn area from one side of the park to the next. And then we have the wall for Community Canine Area, or CCA. And then on the opposite side, we have a sound wall to help attenuate sound and noise from the dogs.
Also helping to cut some of the dog sounds is the white noise created by a multi-purpose water feature.
Although the water feature is double-sided, the water will just trickle down the pedestrian side, but it's actually going to be more of a waterfall situation and have a pond in the CCA itself. So the dogs will actually have a little ponding area that they can play in. And then on the opposite side, we'll have a gathering area and a picnic area where pedestrians can sit down and just enjoy the space.
We see this place as being 365 days. We see it where families might go on weekends to relax, have a cup of coffee with their kids. We see this where office workers, we hope, will come have lunch or maybe work outside or have a meeting outside. And then we also see it as a place where we think dog owners will probably come every day.
We all spoke up, we got heard, they listened to us. It's not perfect for everybody, but it's a good design because it accommodates everybody.
An amazing park. It's open from sunrise to 10 p.m. every day, with the canine area closing at 9 p.m. The dog area will also close from 10 a.m. to noon on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays for staff to clean it and maintain it. To find out more about the James Hunter Park, visit arlingtonva.us/parks. That's it for this edition of Up Close. For Arlington TV, I'm Mayo Best. See you next time.
Here's to the things that can keep us safe. Those we use all the time with hardly a thought. Those that are silently standing by to save our lives. And now, those that we carry with us everywhere we go. Many mobile devices will now bring you wireless emergency alerts, real-time information directly from local sources you know and trust. With the unique sound and vibration, you'll be in the know wherever you are.
November is Animal Shelter Appreciation Month, and the Animal Welfare League of Arlington kicked it off in style with its second annual Golden Paw Gala. We'll tell you more about that later in our program, but first, congratulations to John Bystat, who was elected to the Arlington County Board on November 4th. Bystat, who was previously elected on a special election, will retain his current seat within the county board. Be sure to check our website for details on the swearing-in ceremony, or call the board office for the time and date. To learn more about all of the board members, check the county board webpage at countyboard.arlingtonva.us. We are so proud that Arlington has met its goal of finding housing for 100 homeless Arlingtonians. The 100 Homes campaign is part of a larger effort to end and prevent homelessness in our communities. To find out how you can help, or if someone you know is at risk of becoming homeless, contact Arlington's Department of Human Services. There's a new farmers market coming to Arlington, and it's going to be in Fairlington. The Fairlington Farmers Market will open Sundays 9 to 1 starting in April 2015. It'll have local fruits and veggies, baked goods, dairy, flowers, and more. To find the hours and locations of all Arlington's farmers markets, check our website, keyword Farmers Markets. Now, Ebola is dominating the news, but experts say you are much more likely to be exposed to the flu. The best way to protect yourself from the flu is to get vaccinated. You can get the vaccine at your local doctor's office, pharmacy, and even some supermarkets. We've got a flu health map on our website to help you find a spot close to you. Go to arlingtonva.us, keyword flu. Dogs, cats, birds, guinea pigs, and a whole lot more are waiting for loving homes at the Animal Welfare League of Arlington. The Golden Paw Gala is just one way that the shelter raises funds and awareness of homeless animals in our community. Take a look.
This is our second Golden Paw Gala. We're here to celebrate animals. We're here to network with some of our supporters and our volunteers. Last year we took in over 3,000 animals at the shelter. Our positive outcome rate is 94%, but that takes resources and that takes financial support. And once a year we open our doors, and we hope our supporters will open their hearts, look at what we've done when we showcase some of our last year's work through video, and we're very excited to be able to bring people together to celebrate animals tonight. The Animal Welfare League of Arlington is essentially a hybrid organisation because we are a humane society, but we also provide animal services for the Arlington County. So we have officers that go out 24/7, 365, attending to injured animals, to domestic animals, to wildlife, investigating animal cruelty complaints. But then we also have a service where we're receiving animals from the public, unwanted animals, surrendered animals for a variety of reasons. And our job essentially is to recycle them, is to make them fit and healthy. Sometimes it's behavioural intervention, sometimes it's medical intervention, but to get them to a point where they have an opportunity to find that forever home. Dr. Katie will be here, our TV vet, and she will be taking some of our adoptable animals down the red carpet. We're hopeful that some people's heartstrings will be tugged when they see these lovely animals. It's the gala, they've got their best bib and tucker on tonight, so they're dressed up to the nines, as we hope people that will appeal to people. They will enjoy seeing these animals, and all of them are up for adoption. They're all from the shelter, so all these animals are going back home, unfortunately, to languish in the shelter for a little while. So we're really hopeful that some folk will like them, engage with them, connect, and then perhaps call us tomorrow and say, I want that dog in my home.
To find out how you can adopt one of the many animals in need, visit the Animal Welfare League of Arlington's website at awla.org. And remember, Arlington County offices, including libraries, will be closed on Veterans Day, November 11th. Due to the huge concert honoring our veterans in downtown DC, transportation may be affected, so you'll want to check the bus and metro schedule at the commuter page. Visit commuterpage.com before heading out. Well, that's it for this week. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you around Arlington.
Hello, my name is John Crawford from the Office of Emergency Management.
And I'm Grelia Solis, and we're here to talk to you about the new and improved Arlington Alert System.
It is so important to be prepared during an emergency, and receiving critical information is probably one of the most important things you can do to stay safe.
Our new and improved Arlington Alert System delivers quick and timely information when and where you need it. Simply click on arlingtonva.us/alerts and follow the prompts to develop your own individual profile. It's easy, fast, and it's tailored to fit your needs.
By doing so, you will be well on your way in preparing yourself and your family during critical emergencies.
Get ready, have a plan, and sign up for our free Arlington Alert System. The staff at OEM are here to help you.
So please don't hesitate to call us at 703-228-4080 or 703-228-0711.
Metro and smart growth are our legacy. Many opposed Metro's cost and suggested that buses would do, but our community's success is tied to our transit investments and the return on those investments. Streetcars will fulfill the Main Street vision for Columbia Pike, just as Metro transformed the Roslyn-Ballston corridor.
Looking for ways to save on your electricity bill? So is Arlington County. That's why we rolled out the LED Streetlight program in 2010. The results have been outstanding, with a nearly 75% reduction in energy use for the lights already replaced, saving approximately $300,000. Eventually, the program will save the county over $1 million per year. The new, state-of-the-art LED lights provide a safe environment for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists alike during evening, nighttime, and early morning hours. Because they don't contain mercury, lead, or harmful UV and IR light found in the older bulbs, they're good for the environment and safe for you. The lights shine a pure white light that is closer to natural sunlight and may initially appear overly bright or harsh, but this is normal. In fact, they're actually less bright than the older bulbs, so it's just new and different. One other benefit of these lights is their dimming capability, allowing the county to dim each light individually as the activity levels decrease on streets. The lights come on at only 75% of their maximum power, and as the night progresses, they eventually power down to 25%, while most of us are indoors and asleep. We appreciate your patience as we help light the way to safer streets, a healthier environment, and a better bottom line. To find out more about the streetlights in your community, visit our webpage at arlingtonva.us and search Streetlight.
I just moved in with his family, and it's embarrassing. The little one, he likes to go outside and crawl around in the giant litter box. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, poop already! You're making me nervous.
Long ago, Arlington County launched its first website. That was in the 1990s, and over the years, there have been changes and improvements. And guess what? We're changing it for the better again. A new website with a simpler interface and better organized by topic, so you don't actually have to know which department in the county does what. And the new site's mobile-friendly too. It'll look different if you're coming from your computer, tablet, or phone, but always with the top information, well, at the top. And we put our homepage links on a diet. Now we've got fewer navigation links to sift through. We've also slimmed down our content and made things more findable. Like, if you get hitched, you don't want to spend a lot of time searching around for the marriage license info, right? Or, if you're trying to check on your home's real estate assessment, we put the property lookup link right up front. We'll also have some helpful new features coming out, like a new tool for finding the park nearest you that has a playground, a picnic table, or even a bocce court, and a new online tool where you can find out if last night's pizza box can be recycled. So yes, we're changing, and we're going to keep changing to make things better for all of you.
We think more people will choose to ride streetcar because it is more convenient, predictable, comfortable, and accessible than a bus. Streetcar will help us attract more people to transit who now drive alone and will help reduce congestion in the key Columbia Pike and Route 1 corridors.
hear me. We're very excited tonight to welcome Charlie Clark. I don't really need to introduce him because I have a feeling that many of you know him personally or have read his column. I work at One More Page Books, and I can tell you this book has been flying off the shelves at our store. Before I came over here, I had to pick them all up to bring them to make sure that we would have enough. But I know we're in for a really interesting, fun, and kind of quirky evening, hearing some of the odd things and informative things and really wonderful people that live here in Arlington. Please join me in welcoming Charlie Clark.
Okay. Thanks so much, Eileen. So we're going to have a two-way talk tonight. I am going to speak for a while, and I will probably read one or two selections from the book and then talk a little more. But I do look forward to not just questions, but anecdotes. I always get a big kick out of it, and there's so much in everybody else's heads about our wonderful county of Arlington that I would love to open it up for that a little bit later. So I wanted to start with a pop quiz. How many people here know where Wonders Crossroads is? All right, we got 1, 2, 3. Pretty good. Okay, well, you all are black belts in Arlington trivia. Wonders Crossroads is the intersection of Glebe Road and Lee Highway. And it was a farm in the latter 19th century. And the reason I mention it is that there's a historic sign right there in front of the Wells Fargo, right where the Optimist Club sells Christmas trees every year. And my theory is that very few people stop and read those historic signs. And I'm guilty of that for much of my life, too. So I've gotten in the habit in recent years, since I've been writing this column in the Falls Church paper, of pulling over and reading them. And 3 of them ended up in this book. So I thought that was a good lesson. Since I began writing the column, which was December of 2010, which means I've written something like 170 of them by now, every week. I've built a collection of Arlington books, and many of which you all have too. I'm sure I have the Eleanor Lee Templeman book, Arlington Vignettes, and I have the Cornelia Rose book, which is a slightly more scholarly history of Arlington, and then I have the Nan and Ross Netherton Pictorial History of Arlington from the 80s, and I have a lot of smaller, more specialized ones. But they're all disciplined. They're all something you could look things up in, maybe chronologically. And when I was trying to figure out how to do a book on Arlington, it wasn't just trying to do greatest hits for my column. I was trying to assemble something, and I had a little help from my daughter, who's a wordsmith as well. I wanted to get something that would add up to a portrait of Arlington and that would cater to different populations. Arlington is a slightly strange beast. You know, it really doesn't have a center the way some towns do, the way maybe Old Town Alexandria is regarded as a center. I think at one point I described Arlington as the yard sale capital of the Eastern Seaboard, for lack of anything more universal. But so I ended up combining history with some personal history and boyhood memories, a little bit of baby boomer nostalgia, and then a taste of personalities in Arlington, and then a taste of the public policy spats that erupt in Arlington and that are handled in the very civilized Arlington way. And I tried to pick columns that had a shelf life and that would reveal a little bit about how Arlington works, and hopefully, even if the stories themselves have been resolved, that they still have some staying power. And I did a lot of nice research through the Arlington Historical Society. They've been very supportive of me. I'm grateful to them. They're a lot of them in that fine group are a little more hardcore historians than I am. I'm a journalist. I do what I sometimes call drive-by history. And a lot of those fine people have the patience to give up their sunny Saturdays, to pour through files and documents and put together, maybe more accurate but slightly dull or slightly you're uncertain if you're ever going to be able to publish this, But I've taken advantage of a lot of their work, and they've given me some leeway too. When I first started writing for them, it was way back in the late 90s. I tried to sort of introduce the journalistic approach, fewer footnotes, more anecdotes, and more recent history. I did things on the founding of H.B. Woodlawn and on the American Nazi Party in Arlington and on the motorcycle gang shootout, all of which I've spoken about here before. And I think it was a revelation to all of us that something so recent could be classified as history, but that's part of growing old. So let me give a quick personal bio, and then I'll read a selection, and then we'll talk some more. I was born George Washington Hospital downtown, but my parents immediately moved to Irving Street in Clarendon. I have no memory of that house, but I have pictures of it till it was torn down last year, redeveloped. It's right next to Frank Haltewanger's house. He's the principal of H.B. Woodlawn, and across the street from Al Eisenberg's house, too. My parents moved over to Cherrydale, where I lived for 6 years. Went to Cherrydale Elementary School, first and part of second grade. Then my parents moved to Rivercrest by Chain Bridge, where I went to James Madison Elementary School for 5.5 years. Then I went to Williamsburg Junior High back then. And then I went to Yorktown, graduated in 1971. There's a few of my Yorktown mates here tonight, which I'm pleased to see. So I just wanted you to have, and then I went away for college, traveled, settled in Alexandria, met my wife, and I never knew what hit me after that. But we came back to Arlington in 1993, and we've settled in the East Falls Church neighborhood. And if you read the book, you might pick up a slight bias towards North Arlington, towards East Falls Church, towards baby boomers, whatever, but ignore it. It's we do our best. Okay, so I'd like to do one reading, which I hope will speak to different generations and that has some real history in it, too. This is called Roots at Arlington Hall. Whenever I drive past Arlington Hall, I'm reminded that if it did not exist, neither would I. It was there at the intersection of Arlington Boulevard and George Mason Drive that my parents met during World War II. Today, the 100-acre complex is a fenced-off home to the Army National Guard Readiness Center and the George P. Schultz National Foreign Affairs Training Center. But this prime location has a more intriguing history, encompassing debutantes and spies of both local and global import. Arlington Hall began as the county's sole private school, built in 1927 as a junior college for women. Its handsome yellow brick colonial structure with 6 columns housed a high school, classrooms, a gym, an indoor and outdoor equestrian arena for 200 students. Instruction for females of the SMART set included music, art, drama, home economics, secretarial skills, and physical education, according to Nan and Ross Netherton's Pictorial History of Arlington. But its horses were the main attraction, according to the Smithsonian American History Museum director, John Gray, whose mother studied there in the mid-1930s. We grew up with great photographs of her on the fiercest horses, jumping in the ring, and a few pictures of the students dressed to the nines for their dinner, Gray told me. Mother continued to ride with the riding instructor from Arlington Hall out on the circuit. Through the Great Depression, forced the school into bankruptcy. It survived under nonprofit trusteeship until 1942. And that's when the federal government took over and set up the U.S. Army Signal Corps' Signals Intelligence Service, tasked with breaking the Japanese code. Renamed Arlington Hall Station, the site hosted many young intelligence officers and linguists who'd been summoned to Washington for the war effort. Among them were a Yale history major newly commissioned as an Army lieutenant, my father, and a Newcomb, Tulane University, language major, my mother. The project was so secret, my dad wrote in a letter recently unearthed by my sister, that when he asked recruiters to describe the actual work, they couldn't tell us. Mom described the difficulty of code breaking on camera in the 2007 WETA-produced documentary Homefront, World War II in Washington, in which she declared crash course learning of Japanese to be a tall order. Both my future parents used their time at Arlington Hall to meet people from unfamiliar backgrounds and to enjoy nightlife with eligible singles. Just a couple of years ago, I tracked down their first apartment, walking distance away at Fillmore Gardens. I carried a black and white snapshot of the couple from 1944, and I invited a befuddled current resident to gawk at the photo of my folks taken half a century earlier on his front stoop. When the war ended, Arlington Hall continued as a national security hub. The drama of a Soviet spy named Bill Wiesband at the site was not exposed until the 1990s. It served as headquarters for the National Security Agency, U.S. Army and Air Force security organizations, and later parts of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Today, the beautiful Arlington Hall main building on the National Register of Historic Places is run by the State Department for its Foreign Service Institute. Every year it offers 600 courses in 70 languages to some 100,000 enrollees from more than 40 agencies. For security reasons, my request for a tour was denied, but I still contentedly drive by. Thank you. So another theme that I hope is captured in the sweep of the book, but again, without much discipline. That's the way we non-professional historians operate. But it captures a little, I hope, the sweep of change in Arlington. And one of the essays that I thought embodied that the most is the one on Halls Hill. Because when I was growing up here in the 50s and 60s, white families considered a dangerous neighborhood that you seldom entered. And I took the Arlington walking tour, which was a wonderful program run by Lauren Hassel. And we had about 100 of us walking all through the neighborhood, and I was just astonished at the multiracial tranquility there was there now, and all sorts of new homes. And I also learned a whole lot about the geography of Halls Hill, the fence that once divided it from the nearby neighborhoods, which is remnants of which are still there, and some of the famous people that used to live in the neighborhood, and the fact that when Arlington Hospital was built, when 1940s maybe, blacks who lived 200 feet away were not permitted as patients. So I recommend that walking tour of Halls Hill. The other thing I did in the book to try and give it some durability was I researched carefully, and thanks for the internet, compilations of Arlington celebrities, some trivia there, and I tried to fact check them as best I could and tried to produce what I hope is the definitive roundup of the famous actors, the famous athletes, the famous musicians. Then I did lists of vanished businesses. I have the movie theaters that are no longer here, a lot of the retail places, some of which photographs I used. Arlington's other cemeteries, I have a column. You can find about 12 lesser-known cemeteries in Arlington and how to find them. And espionage in Arlington, which I totally ripped off from the CIA historian David Robarge, whom I've heard speak several times. But he gives a great talk, which I covered once, about 3 or 4 major espionage episodes that unfolded in Arlington. One of the most popular columns, for some reason, but it really warms the cockles of my heart, is the one I did on Jim Morrison, the singer of the Doors group that dominated the pop charts in the summer of love, 1967, with his song "Light My Fire." And the reason he's close to my heart is that not only was I a fan, but the first piece of journalism I ever published and was paid for was in 1972, was my visit to Jim Morrison's grave in Paris. He's buried at the Père Lachaise Cemetery, and this had not gotten much coverage at the time, and so I interviewed the groundskeeper who told me that these French kids would come at midnight and scream and play guitars and howl, and so it made a slightly scandalous story. So I sent it back to the Washington Daily News. How many remember the Washington Daily News? All right. It was a tabloid, and afternoon used to be quite a good pickup, and the Washington Star, it was folded into the Washington Star, I think in 1972. I think I remember the first issue where it said the Star News, and then it went out of business, God knows, sometime in the late 70s. Okay, then I'd like to read one more column that deals with a vanished business in Arlington, and that I hope captures some of the narcissistic baby boomer lifestyle. Okay, this one's called Buddy the Mover Man. A death notice from a memorable moving man made the rounds in November 2012 among a slice of my Arlington boyhood pals. Arthur Buddy Fry of Spotsylvania County, who died in June 2012 at 68, may never have known his impact on the lives of suburban teens back in the 1970s at what then was an Arlington institution known as Newlands Transfer. The emails flew 40 years after Buddy and the other furniture estimators, truck drivers, packers, and warehousemen gave our gang of college help our first adventures in blue-collar work. My brother, sister, and a dozen-plus friends spent summers at Newlands at North Nelson Street, the yard still visible off I-66 at Quincy Street, between Hayes Playground and the vanished Scoremore Bowling Alley. We packed household goods and humped hide-a-beds up walkboards for hourly wages that, memories differ, ranged from $1.56 to $2.25. We rode around the Beltway to homes of military families for moves dispatched from the old Cameron Station in Alexandria. My friend Willie swore he would have worked there for free just to build character and nobility. Winnie recalls feeling like a voyeur while packing others' belongings that, for some Newlands veterans, included dirty dishes. Most of us were hired by the gruff owner, Harry Earl Newland, Jr. Steve recalled how Harry Earl would come out of his office, go to the shed, and holler at us for standing around and not cleaning up. But then he would look at Steve privately and wink. My sister Martha remembers Harry's impatience when some callow employee couldn't get a truck running. The boss removed his jacket and applied his diamond-ringed fingers to make the engine roar. My friend Dickie, who in college folklore class wrote a 50-page paper on Newlands, recalled the Saturday he and pal Randy were driven to Harry's Fairfax home in a flatbed truck. They picked up a backhoe to spread topsoil. His wife made us tuna salad sandwiches for a 15-minute lunch, Dickie remembers. We went back to the office, and Harry told us he was going to fill in our time clock cards. He docked the travel time and the tuna fish eating time. I can't take credit for that joke. It's a good joke. Much more approachable was Newland's son, Harry Earl III, called Butch. One guy in our college crowd threw a beer party and invited the whole Newlands crew to his parents' home. Butch was the only professional to show. Buddy Fry, as James recalled, once passed out a memo declaring guaranteed vacation time for all long-term employees, allegedly signed by Harry Earl, though he delayed giving the boss his own copy. Buddy was a silver-tongued salesman with customers. My brother recalls Buddy mocking him for believing that the 1969 moonwalk really happened. My friend Donnie recalls getting in trouble and hearing Buddy say, "Let old Bud take care of it." Many of us worked during the floods from 1972's Hurricane Agnes. A black crew leader who couldn't get home to D.C. spent that night on a cot in our Arlington home. Newlands was still going in 1993 when I booked a local move. Eventually, its property was taken over by technology contractor System Planning Corp., and Newlands shrunk to a moving supplies office run by Butch near the Landmark Shopping Center. Butch died in 2004 and his father in 2010. Today, the old Newlands yard belongs to Arlington Public Schools. I treasure my education from both owners. If you get the book, you'll see I do have a little rundown of controversies in the county. The streetcar figures heavily. I do not take a position on the streetcar. I do enjoy talking about it, though. I talk about some others, the homeless shelter they're about to build at Courthouse Square, and I talk about the decibel checking equipment they used at the Westover Beer Garden to protect the neighbors from illicit Saturday night electrified music. I thought I would mention a couple of columns that I didn't get a totally positive reaction to, but I'm a big boy. There's an essay on Bolston and how the high-rises have come to dominate the skyline, and not always in the most attractive way. And a couple people have accused me of not being an architecture critic. which I'll acknowledge. But one day I was sitting in the barber chair in Falls Church, and the guy in the chair next to me said, "Are you the guy that wrote that column about Ballston?" I said, "Yeah." And he says, "Well, I designed that building there. I designed the Westin Hotel across the street." He's talking about the Virginia Tech building, So I tried to assure him that he did a beautiful job. If you're riding on Glebe Road south and you can see Macy's ahead of you, the way those silver buildings, the new ones, turn around, I think that's great. I'm really talking about the buildings a little bit further to the left that just look like giant higgledy-piggledy, cakes or something. Then the other one that I hope wasn't misinterpreted, I have an essay here on the cotillion dances. How many here participated in cotillion, either as parents or as dancers? Good for you all. Well, the column's about how on a Saturday morning I had to give up my basketball practice and put on a clip-on bow tie and go learn how to do the foxtrot, to Squaresville music, like Autumn Leaves and Tea for Two, with this combo up front, and the girls all had to wear their white gloves, and we had to learn how to fetch them their punch and everything. So I had a fun time recalling that and interviewing some friends, and I interviewed Mrs. Courtney, Audrey Courtney, who's still living. She's in the Green Spring retirement community, and her husband, Joe Courtney, and he's going to show up in another story I'll tell in just a minute. He showed up. She gave me a good interview about how cotillion was organized, which I would have had no idea being a 12-year-old at the time. And when the column came out, it occurred to me that some of my hyperbolic sarcasm about how traumatized I was by this experience really sort of went over her head, and I don't really blame her, And it occurred to me that, the World War II generation, many of whom are here in the audience, you all did your level best to raise the baby boomers, and we had a different agenda. I think that there was very little hope that when the Beatles had just hit in 1964 that we were going to learn the foxtrot and go to debut parties. And but I just am so glad. I'd like to thank the World War II generation for trying to share their culture with us. I really appreciate it. Couple more. In the book, there are at least 2 photographs. I tried to use quirky photographs rather than just straight journalistic photos. You interview the county manager, here's the county manager. Not that kind of photo. There's 2 photos of things that no longer exist. Well, actually 3 if you count the Monument store that folded about 2 years ago, right when the book was ready to come out. The one in Clarendon and moved out to Vienna. That was the oldest business in Arlington for a while. Went back to like 1890s or something. But I have a photograph of the Clarendon Central Methodist Church sign that appeared when the government had shut down. And you'll see that they had a fun little message about God doesn't care about shutdowns or whatever. And, of course, that sign is gone, but I got the picture of it before it left. And then I have a column that was based on a typographical error on a street sign that a friend of mine pointed out. And I used it as an excuse to call up the county sign makers, which is one of the privileges of being a columnist. You get to call up and ask these nosy questions, and they'll put you through. And this guy says, "Well, where is it?" And I said, "Well, I'm not going to tell you that because you'll fix it before my column comes out." So when he boasted, he says, "We can fix that in 2 hours." So I said, "Okay." The column came out on Thursday morning. It may have been out online a little bit earlier. And I was walking to the Metro at about 10 in the morning, and there was this crew fixing the sign. You'll see that. And then I thought I would tell one more little story that almost wasn't. It's the most absurd juxtaposition on the cover to see Colonel Mosby and the Yorktown football team in the mud in the fall of 1970. But there's a story behind this, and I wouldn't have brought it up if I hadn't been in this very room about 2 years ago when they had an excellent Historical Society event on the history of Washington Lee High School. Some of you were probably there. They had representatives in the class of the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s all through speaking. So when my friend George Dodge, who's an author and active in the Historical Society, when his turn to speak about the 70s, he says the highlight of his high school years was the football game against Yorktown in the mud where W&L won, and the there was this rumors that the coaches had purposely watered down the football field. And so my mouth just dropped because he had no idea that I played in that game and that we talked about that, for years to come. But we eventually moved on, But what happened during the game is that a Washington Post photographer, there's about 10,000 people in the W&L Stadium. The reason was that Yorktown was undefeated, and we were 9-0, and all we had to do was knock off this piddly little W&L, and we would go to the regionals and all that. We lost the game 12-0 in the mud and didn't even win the district. But not that I'm bitter or anything. But so at some point during the game, through no fault of mine, this Washington Post photographer snapped this picture, and it is a nicely composed picture. I give him credit. It was never published. But Mr. Courtney, who did Cotillion, I mentioned earlier, he approached the photographer later and secured the negative and made several copies, a circulation of about 5, and he sent it to several of us who were in the picture. My father had duplicates made, and he put it in his office, and it stayed there for years. I still have a copy in my office, too. And so when it came time so then I wrote this column after George Dodge and reintroduced the subject after 40 years of dormancy. And I sent the anecdote out to a lot of my classmates and teammates, and they immediately weighed in with all this debate about whether the coaches purposely watered down the field. That was fun. So it made an easy column. And then I got the contractor to publish his book, and they wanted photographs. So suddenly, this is like a series of about 7 flukes coming together. The publisher wants pictures, and there's a chance for this one to finally be published. And I got the original negative from the Courtney family, and there it came. So anyway, I'm about to open it up for questions and comments. I thought I would just end with a little note about how I write the column. The Falls Church paper, it has about 40,000 circulation, I think, mostly in Falls Church, but some in Arlington, 3,000 or 4,000 in Arlington. They have about 30 drop-off points at CVS and Metro and Safeway. And it comes out online. I'm usually Tuesday night, print edition Thursday morning. And I usually pick a topic by about Wednesday, and I make some inquiries by email or phone, get a couple of facts or quotes nailed down, and then Sunday afternoon, no matter how tired I am or how much I'd rather watch the Redskins or something, I sit down and bang out a column, and then my wife helps me proofread it on Monday night, and we send it in. I don't ever seem to run out of ideas. I have an ongoing list of future ideas, some evergreen, some breaking news, and I get a lot of good ideas from readers, so I'm happy to take suggestions from you. And I just want to say that it was a big stroke of luck to get the column and a big stroke of luck to get the book out, and I consider it a big privilege. Thank you very much. So I think she has a microphone here. If you have questions or anecdotes, comments, please feel free. Yeah. Okay, right here. Yeah.
Thanks. First of all, I want to thank you for that opening article you described about Arlington Hall.
Okay.
I learned so much. My mother, like your mother, was one of those young women, and I never knew a lot about it. Unfortunately, my mom passed away a couple of years ago, but I grew up with these little books of Japanese, so I remember her talking about that. So that's very interesting that's part of what you discussed. So thanks so much. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Okay, this lady right here.
You mentioned Halls Hill. I work at Marymount University, and probably most people here are familiar with the Rixey Mansion
Yes.
on the grounds of the campus, which was built in 1920. But I just learned recently that the property on which Rixey Mansion was built was owned by Mary Ann Hall.
Yes.
And she owned the finest brothel in Washington.
Correct. And she's the sister of Basil Hall, for whom Halls Hill Plantation was named.
And she, the brothel was located at where I believe the National Museum of the American Indian is today.
Yeah.
And I went recently to Congressional Hill Cemetery.
Oh, and she's buried there?
Buried there.
Very good. Well, there's also some kind of memorial marker to her on the golf course. I read that recently, but I tried to get somebody who's a member of the club to confirm that, but they didn't. But yeah, that's a member, so I'll ask. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Jim Allen here.
Anita and I bought our first house in 1965 in Horseshoe Park. And that's the name of the past because they've redone the park and named it something else. Kind of like old Shirley Highway, doesn't exist anymore. But my son and I guess in about 67 or 68, were building a deck behind our house. And we had to do a lot of digging. And lo and behold, we dug up a mini ball, Civil War bullet. I understand there's a lot of ordnance throughout Arlington from the mini forts and during that period. And I understand there's only one battle that was fought in Arlington, such as it was. I think it was a cavalry encounter. So have you done any research or studied, I know you must have, on the Civil War and its impact on Arlington and things that happened here?
Well, I spoke to, I do have two chapters on the Civil War, one on the 40th and Allen, which is the site of James Madison Elementary School where I went, which is now a senior center. And they just opened the new outdoor museum there. I recommend it. I was there in March, right after it opened. There wasn't any serious combat in Arlington, though when we were kids, we would occasionally at James Madison find belt buckles or shell casings. And how many of you remember who Tom Lillingquist is? Very good. Yeah, he's a classmate of ours at Yorktown, and I grew up in his neighborhood. But he is the one who just gave the Library of Congress 2-3 years ago the Lillingquist collection of Civil War portraits on tintypes and other types of early photography, which he has collected. He's a wealthy jeweler. He runs Lillingquist and Beckstead out at Tyson's, and he and his sons have been collecting the Civil War portraits, and you can see them on the Library of Congress website. But he told me that he found casings when he was a boy, but that it's sort of denuded by now. I guess it's not within the law to use a metal detector today and go after them, but they've probably got them all. The other Civil War thing, I have a chapter on Mosby, who lived in Arlington, and I'm indebted to my first grade classmate, Catherine Holt Springston, who's a Cherrydale historian, for tracking down Mosby in later years. He was the gray ghost in the Shenandoah Valley, and he performed all these raids and ran circles around the Union troops. But after the war, he and General Grant, who when he was president, became friends, and Mosby did not wave the bloody shirt and keep the Civil War alive, and he got appointed to our consul in Hong Kong, and then he worked in the Interior Department in Washington. And for a while, he lived in a boarding house right at where the Fillmore Gardens are today in Columbia Pike. And then I have a chapter on George Dodge. Again, he shows up. He likes to dress up as a Confederate soldier who lived on the Abingdon Plantation in Arlington and owned slaves. He does an excellent talk in uniform on that. I mentioned Munson Hill a little bit in some of my talks. The Battle of Munson Hill, Munson Hill is right over at Route 7 and Glen Carlin Road. It's right where Jeb Stuart assembled his troops and got a promotion. It's interesting that Jeb Stuart High School, which is right near there off Sleepy Hollow, is named because Jeb Stuart was actually there, not just because he was a famous general. And Lincoln came out there, too, at Munson's Hill. But it was basically a fake battle. There was artificial armaments there on the hill that were designed to fool the binoculars of the Union troops. And not much happened at Munson Hill either. So. Any other questions? Yes, back here.
I've always been intrigued by the trolley. Did that go into Washington?
Yes. There's a picture of a trolley circling around and I think crashing at what is now Roslyn Circle in front of the Marriott, back when it was the Cherry Smash plant and a brewery, I think, before that. There was what was called light rail went through Cherrydale and out Old Dominion Drive to McLean, and I'm sure that Catherine Springston would have a much firmer idea of the exact routes, but Cherrydale was one of the main stops. In fact, you mentioned Admiral Rixey, who gave the land or sold the land. His address, I mentioned him in my treatment of Teddy Roosevelt riding his horse through Arlington, and Rixey was his riding partner, and President Roosevelt had rules for riding to keep the groupies and paparazzi from messing up the ride. And he talks about his dateline or signature mailing address, Admiral Rixey's was called Cherrydale Station, even though it's, it's a good half mile from today's Cherrydale. But that's how big Cherrydale was at the time, and it was there because it was a trolley stop. So.
Right, they have pictures of it at the Walmart on Wilson.
Oh, Walgreens, you mean? Walgreens, or is it a CVS?
No, it's Walgreens.
Okay.
Anyway, those pictures are very interesting, but they mislabeled the post office, and it says Arlington County Library.
Yes, very good point.
And it says post office right on the front of the dome.
Somebody pointed that out just the other night. I was there. Thank you for mentioning it. Famous typos. Okay, back here, in the very back here.
Yes, Arlington was originally part of the L'Enfant layout of the District of Columbia. The Virginia portion was, for the most part, ceded back to Virginia, and the border, the surveyed lines still remained the southern and western parts of Arlington County. At some point, way back when, stone surveying markers were laid out at different points along these borders. The only one of which that I know of remaining is on Jefferson Street,
right,
just up from Columbia Pike as you head towards the Bailey's Crossroads and Route 7.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember seeing a second one up at what is now Upton Hill Regional Park, and I presume that was removed, and who knows where it was disposed of.
Well,
Are
I'll tell you,
aware of any of these other markers?
Yes,
and what's left?
They've all been surveyed. I think there were 64 of them or something. 40, he's saying. Okay, very good, thank you. And so John Kelly's column in the Post occasionally updates the adventures of a man who has tracked them all down. There's one near my house at Benjamin Baedeker Park, and Baedeker helped lay those out. And I also wanted to mention that some of them are in people's backyards, too. It's not even accessible to the public. If they build a streetcar, they're going to have to move that stone that's been there for 200 years. So that might be a reason to oppose a streetcar. I leave that to you. Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to put a plug in. I read your column faithfully because you make subjects which normally I wouldn't tune into really come alive. And I wanted to compliment you on the 60th anniversary of the
Thanks, Uncle Jim.
For the Committee of 100. I won't mention any names because I don't want to make this political. But the first house that I bought in Arlington in 1977 was built by an outfit I found out at closing called Conservative Realty. They don't seem to have had a great deal of influence based on voting patterns. But I wanted to raise another issue, and if there are people here from Lyon Village, evidently when Frank Lyon built Lyon Village, he bought a farm from somebody I think called Creed, and my house was on Barton Street, and we appear to be just one block outside of what was legitimately Lyon Village, but there was a rumor that the meeting house that's there was the first truth in advertising case in America, because evidently when he built this, he said, I'll build you a meeting house, and like most good developers after the war came, he thought, well, I'll get away with this, and somebody said, what about the meeting house? And they sued and prevailed. So I was wondering if anybody knows if this is an apocryphal story or a
good anecdote.
Story.
And you're talking about Lyon Village, not
Lyon
Lyon Park,
yeah.
Right? Because they both have community houses.
Both have community houses,
yeah,
but allegedly he did not want to follow through, and it's actually
saying
held
that's
in
true.
Trust, I believe, today. It's not.
Jerry Laporte is nodding his head that it's true here.
Well,
you guys can talk after the show.
I was wondering, I understand the reason Arlington and Alexandria succeeded, so to speak, from the federal district in the late 1840s was concerned that Washington, D.C. was about ready to, the federal government in Washington, D.C. was about ready to abolish the slave trade inside Washington, and the good folks didn't want to go out to, say, Fairfax Courthouse to buy and sell slaves.
That's a good question. I would have to read up on that. I do know that it was an economic decision, and Cornelia Rose talks about, she traced Nicholas Fabre as being the one who was a huge landowner in the sort of Wilson Boulevard area, and big Arlington family. She noted that he was one of the ones who voted to retrocede, but she couldn't explain why. There's a book that I'm about to read whose author spoke here about 2 years ago on the history of Chain Bridge, and I've skimmed a little bit of it, and it's a pretty good economic history of the region, the big competition between Georgetown and Old Town Alexandria for ship trade, and I suspect that the retrocession was related to some of that too, the shipping. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Chain Bridge, I forget, third or fourth one. The chain is still down in the bottom of the Potomac River.
Oh. Good factoid.
Another thing, maybe you could tell us a little bit more about Roslyn and how it has changed.
Sure.
Maybe the courthouse and how that has changed, and maybe a colonial village. I don't know how many specifics that you do talk about, subdivisions or whatever.
All of these ring a bell. I mean, I can respond, on the surface because I'm a superficial person. But no, Roslyn was notorious, and a lot of people know this, in the latter 19th and early 20th century for pawn shops and gambling dens and brothels. And there was a very interesting documentary on the history of Washington on public television about 6 or 8 years ago that talked about the fact that the farmers from Fairfax would ride their horse-drawn carts in to bring their produce to the downtown D.C. market, and they would need a security escort because they would get mugged and gunned down as they went through Roslyn. And, Michael Lee Pope, whose book, I have his book called, same publisher as mine, called Alexandria, D.C., which deals a lot with retrocession, by the way. I did read it, but he has another book on the sheriff named Crandall Mackey. And it's funny, my wife and I went to some kind of 20s ball at the Artisphere in Roslyn, and the drink they served that night was the Crandall Mackey in his honor. But he busted up all these gambling dens and brothels and made a big name for himself in, I think, in the 20s and 30s. But Roslyn, it's still has had its trouble with its identity, and it has trouble now with nightlife, and of course the Artisphere, which got some county money, $500,000 in county money, and is still struggling a little bit to achieve an identity. And the pawn shop, the main one, moved up to Lyon Village, right near the Lyon Village Community Center. And I just noticed that it got bought out. I have a column in here on the National Pawnbrokers and how when I was a kid we thought they were guitar gods who could tell you all about, these old men who were pawnbrokers knew all about Gibson electric fretboards and stuff. We little did we know we were 12 years old. But so I went into that pawn shop 3 years ago and decided I would solve this mystery of whether these characters really knew anything about rock and roll and guitars. It's sort of a joke column. But the National Pawnbrokers, since I interviewed him, has sold out to a place called Cash something. Anyway, it's a national chain. Just noticed it about a week ago. Yes, Melanie, yes.
What do you know about all the used car lots and the history of the used car lots, and where do you think they're headed at this point in Arlington's development?
Well, the only thing I can say about that is that Mario's Pizza, which I have a column on, is right next to about 4 used car lots, and they're all doomed. The whole strip between the Clarendon Metro and the Virginia Square Metro, all these developers have their eyes on it, and there's going to be high-rises there and fancier hotels. Gourmet Pizza would probably replace Mario's, and there's still, I would say that might be the most used car lots in all of Arlington. It's probably right there in that 10th Street, Washington Boulevard, Wilson Boulevard convergence there. And I'm not sure how they make it, how often they make sales.
If you're doing research about Arlington County, going back to before 1950, you could be involving the geography of the county. You might be very confused to see references to Lee Boulevard. And you may think to yourself, is that what became Lee Highway? What's that? Well, the explanation is that Arlington Boulevard used to be called Lee Boulevard. We had Lee Highway and Lee Boulevard coexisting
Very good factoid.
in the county for I don't know how long. But in 1946, I began dating a gal that lived in Clarendon, and I noted the confusing situation because of the juxtaposition of those two streets. And I remember almost to the day when Lee Boulevard was renamed Arlington Boulevard.
Is that right?
It's now called Route 50.
That's an excellent story. It reminds me of if you go to Atlanta, you can see the intersection of Peachtree, and Peachtree. You just reminded me of a factoid about Wilson Boulevard had a compound name in the 19th century. I'll get most of it right. It's something like the Hampshire, Leesburg, Alexandria Turnpike or something. It became Wilson Boulevard after Woodrow Wilson, who came to its dedication, apparently. Yeah. All right, keep going. Let's see, this lady here.
Do you remember they had a miniature golf course? And they had a bowling alley. And so we would drive all the way to Arlington.
Is that right?
Anyway, I wish they'd bring that back.
Yeah. Well, somebody made a joke about that because there's a picture in the book of the Ballston skyline and the old putt-putt. And a friend of mine even gave me a ticket stub from the old putt-putt, 1964. But my friends have been joking that about they're going to, because I just did a column on the plan to revamp Ballston, turn it into Ballston Center. A lot of big changes in store there. And somebody said, well, of course they'll bring back the putt-putt. So. Okay, yes, right here.
I grew up in D.C., so this is not a historical factoid. But I am just amazed at all of the brand new, beautiful, slowly but surely, schools in Arlington County. I wonder if that's unusual, whether our son is now in Brooklyn, has been for a number of years, and he comes down here and says, my God, this must be a really rich county. And I don't know how unusual that is to build every school.
Well,
almost every school.
I'm sure the educators here are pleased to hear that. In 1950, I believe it's 57, maybe 8, Life magazine did a profile of Arlington schools in which they said they were among the best in the nation, whatever. There was a lot of post-World War II effort to build good schools. And I do have a chapter in my book interviewing with Martha Ann Miller. How many have gotten her book, too? Very nice, yeah. She's 103 years old and spent the last 70 of those years in Arlington and self-published her autobiography about 2 years ago. And I've met her, and I used her anecdotes about the integration of Stratford Junior High, where she was a teacher. She was a home ec teacher at the time. But she talks a lot about how they had to fight the bird machine in Richmond to, Arlingtonians for a Better County was formed in the late 40s, and there was these progressive groups, Arlingtonians for Better Schools, I think was one of the groups. And it was a matter of funding. It was a low priority for the downstate people, and the people in Northern Virginia who were arguing for big percentage increases. So, okay, we got 2 more right there. Vivian, yes.
Speaking of the fight for integration of the schools, as I look at the contents, it seems to me you've avoided a very rich field, namely the politics of Arlington, the people who came in during the Depression and the Roosevelt New Deal, and then the post-war period versus the old line bird people. Was there a conscious reason to just skirt that whole area?
No, I'll get to it if there's a volume 2.
Okay.
One thing I do mention that, Vivian, you just reminded me is that the Northern Virginia Sun, I have a whole column on the Northern Virginia Sun, which I used to get when I was a kid, and Herman Obermeyer, who's still living at age 90, and he and I are working together on some research projects about the American Nazi Party, because Herman was a player in that drama. He ran the Sun, and he thought that the Nazis ought to be covered and exposed rather than ignored, which is what a lot of the other newspapers had decided to do because the Nazis were such publicity hounds. But Herman is a conservative, and he bought the Northern Virginia Sun in 1959 or 60 from these New Deal types, and that's what he calls them. And they were trying to set it up in Arlington as a pro-Roosevelt kind of publication, and he flipped that around. So I'll get to it, Vivian. Thanks. Yeah. Yes,
the garage in Roslyn where Woodward met with Mark Felt all those years ago, was there ever any impetus to make it a national landmark? And what area, what spot in Arlington for you should be a landmark, should be known, but isn't by people who don't live in this area, people who haven't grown up in Arlington?
Well, that's a good question. I did read that the decision was made just 6 weeks ago to tear down that parking lot where Bob Woodward met Mark Felt, his FBI secret source. And the builder who's going to build a high-rise has promised to commemorate it with some kind of plaque. I don't think he's decided on the details. What would be missing from Arlington? I don't know. Perhaps a little more on slavery. There were slaves in Arlington. It shows up in all the census records. And I have a piece coming out in the Arlington Historical Magazine for next year on the Birch family, and that goes into that a little bit. The fact that the Internet got its start in Arlington is something that I'm very proud of, and that it was another series of flukes Al Gore was mocked for allegedly saying he invented the Internet, but Al Gore lived in Arlington, and the real Internet was indeed invented in Arlington, and there's a historic sign there in Roslyn, and I have a picture of it in the book. And again, I've driven in cars with people who just go right by it and don't even notice it. The ARPANET was right there, Wilson and 14th or whatever.
I'm wondering if you've come across the name of Roscoe Richards, who was known in, I believe, the 1950s, maybe the very early 60s, as the sort of unofficial mayor of Halls Hill. He owned a huge tract of land near Yorktown High School, around Harrison Street and 27th. It was a farm when I, with my parents, moved into our house in 1960. And, of course, houses were built on that land in 1964. But Roscoe Richards, does that name ring any bells?
No, but I would love to look into that, Mark. It's a good idea.
He was, I believe, either the son or the grandson of slaves in Arlington.
Very good. Okay, Jerry Laporte, and then we'll take a break, and I'm happy to be over here signing books, and we can chat one-on-one.
Just following up on the discussion that you had about the Woodward and Bernstein and the historical marker that sits there at the garage, if you pay close attention to that historical marker, which may or may not come back and be placed when they build a new garage there, but the marker doesn't mention the words deep throat.
No, it doesn't.
And the reason for that is that the Arlington Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board had a debate.
She's on.
Had a debate as to whether the words deep throat should be mentioned on the historical marker. And the vote, there was a recorded vote, I think it was like 7-8 or something like that.
That is a great factoid, Jerry.
And the people who didn't want deep throat won the vote, so the current historical marker does not mention those words.
Thank you for that. Well, listen, I enjoyed this very much, you all. Thank you for turning out. Yeah.
Somebody release me. I'm falling without an end. I need to be made free. These feelings will never mend. Somebody release me. I'm falling without an end. I need to be made free. These feelings will never mend. I need to be